Hello. Hi, hi. How you doing? Welcome. Hi, Pinky. How's doing?
Hey, hello. Remember to
yeah.
open up the subtitle, huh? Thank you.
Oh yeah, I forgot this is a thing. Okay. Oh, wait. Okay, it's opened. Woke up. Honestly, I woke up too early today and I sort of overworked. I overworked myself last night. I slept at 4. for one reason, and I'm kind of sad about it, right? Because I did not do it, but then I didn't get enough sleep. I only just lay eggs when trying to open for what? That's kind of scary. I mean, jaw usually doesn't get painful when you open them fully. Do they? Maybe, I don't know. Sad, not good. Overworked, not good either. Yeah, well, I was working on the model last night. I really wanted to rush this one out. I really wanted to like get it done today, but I didn't. Yeah, because apparently when I export it to Unity, there's like a bunch of problems, and I mean a bunch. Only between this food between also headache gone. Nice. At least no headache. I'm just, you know what? I'm all good. Just very sleepy. Right? No pain, no whatever. Like just very sleepy. bunch problems. Yeah. Oh, bunch problems. That sounds like my problem. Oh, you know, I also the teeth problem. Regarding the teeth problem, it's kind of funny. Now I should explain this a little bit. So I went to the dentist on Tuesday. Tuesday I went to the dentist again. I decided to get my teeth pulled off, right? And then once I reached there, the dentist again said that they really don't recommend me pulling off the teeth like that because it's my chewing teeth. It's like my big inside teeth. I would say both improved in terms of no more pain until I want to like faint or some shit. Improve because there's a slight problem. The teeth outside is too good, and then the structure of the teeth is too strong. They don't recommend pulling it out because when they x-rayed it, they realized the teeth is grappling on my the teeth is too strong. So they don't recommend pulling it off, and also they don't recommend pulling it off because I'm only 26. And it's like once the teeth is gone, it's gone. So and then also the teeth is in pristine condition. They say that, right? They got the X-ray in. They said the outside of the teeth is in, by all means, pristine. Only the inside has decay, so that's why it hurts, right? But the teeth can still chew, can steal everything. Pristine or decaying, it's decaying on the inside. So they're saying the outer area of the teeth is like pristine. That's why they say that the teeth can still be of use. The main thing, yeah. They really don't want me to pull it off. And even my parents said, and even when I tell them I'm going to get my teeth pulled off, but then they were like utterly concerned. They were super concerned. It's like, really? You want to pull that one out, but that's like the most important teeth of all? It's like, what? Everyone, like almost everyone I said, they were questioning. It's like, can you not? because I was like, okay, maybe my family just care about me too much, you know. What if I go ask my friend? So to my friend I go, and then they were like, really? They were like, you want to pull your teeth out? That one? Apparently everyone has a lot more knowledge than I do. I thought just pulling it off would be good. And everyone just looks at me. It's like, oh, you want to do that? And then they were like, oh no, you do you, but don't. Very confused on why I recommend to keep decaying too. The thing is, according to the dentist, they say that the decaying is only inside and it has been filled from my previous dentist, but they didn't like it decayed. It's decaying. Yeah, why would I want to keep the tooth? No one wants me to pull it off. I mean, yeah, I can still chew things with the tooth. And then they all recommend root canal. like I shit you not. Everyone I talk to, why don't you do root canal? And then it's, really? Everyone wants me to do root canal. Hi Ro. Welcome. I'm just discussing a bit of my tooth problem. It's nothing sad or terrible, it's just a little bit funny to me. Because apparently I'm the only one that wants to pull my teeth off. And then the rest of the people, like literally everyone I talk to, just says no to me. Maybe because I mentioned that the outer area is still pristine, and then the decay. What is root canal going to fix? No more pain. Yeah, no more pain. Although, yeah, you're right. I never thought about asking the dentist if like the decay is gonna continue going on. Yeah, where'd decay go, right? Yeah, that's a thing. I never thought about that. Although I did ask one thing to the dentist, like if I do root canal, will the decay spread? And then the doctor very confident, very confident, saying no. The teeth will only be the teeth, the rest will not, like, the decay will not spread to the other teeth. So that does reassure me a little bit, but still. And I'm gonna do my art and also talk about this for a little bit, alright? You know, I don't just talk, I'm here to do art, baby. Alright, I'm here. I don't know. Everyone is recommending me to do root canal. So a piece of my wisdom tooth that shattered into 3 pieces and 2 of the 3 pieces were removed. Oh my god. Shattering is what we had too. That sounds kinda terrible. Also scary and painful and everything. Oh god. Oh god. No, sorry. Also, sorry if I'm like half drunk. I am extremely sleepy. I think I slept for 4 hours. I slept for 4 hours. Okay, so there's one thing I want to fix. I want to absolutely fix. What's done without sedatives? What's done without sedative? Was fine? If either of that is not, I don't. That sounds painful, but without sedative? I should drink. I'm not thinking straight anymore. Only 4 hours of sleep means water works overtime or whatever biology does. I don't know anything about biology. Okay, so let me catch you up to speed here. I have done with the blend shapes, right? The blend shape is all done. I have all like the heavy sand, lookup, AEIOU bases, updated them a little bit. Let me show you. Hide this. So face wise, pretty much done. Tooth is done, kinda. So, I even have a little like snarl. Not snarl, but pretty much I realize it's lips. When you're talking, we're using lips, so I should move lips a little bit. And E, this one goes down. O is like pog. You know, the front lips goes pog. And then E is pretty E is pretty much but this one goes up, lips goes up a little bit. And then ooh is pretty much O but smaller. So yeah, ooh. Then I have the blep. The blep. Of course, every of my model needs a blip. The blink somehow. Okay, let me show you this. The blink. I don't think I have a lot of polygons here, but I sort of made it work. You see that I'm stretching it here a little bit. The lines. I could just like sort of change this one a little bit as well, you know? But I don't know. Like this one is stretched a little bit, but overall it works out quite well. Like you see the blink. Like it works quite okay. Although this one is a little jank here. Let me check. Oh yeah, I see. Oh, this is gonna be... Yeah, I cannot fix it anymore because I joined the eyes now. So, it's not that obvious. The only jank thing is this part here. The texture. And also this part here, I don't know why the... But yeah, so I was spending a lot of time doing the blinking because blinking has always been my nemesis. It's really hard to do good blinks. Details and bigger details. Honestly, I didn't really check much detail. I'm kinda guilty of that. I didn't check much detail. I didn't. I just sort of make it blink and then just like, yay, I did it. You know. I even used a sculpting tool, just like, right, just pull the eyelid down and sort of made it work, and it kind of works. It does. Although I don't recommend using mirror here because I already changed something. There's something here that I don't really want. It's making it weird. But also, I don't think I can change much here. One thing, because if I use any sculpting tool currently, it will mess with the eye shape, and I don't want that. So yeah, that's the blink, and then I have the sass. I don't know why I was doing the sass, but I don't even know if this is sass at all. It's like, hey. And then the sedge. I don't want the classic. No. The classic just like pull up the front eyelid and then pull down the back eyelid. That's it. It's sad. And then you have the sad. It does look sad, right? It does look sad. And pop cat butt sedge. Abby. I just sort of lift the cheeks up a little bit because I realized last night I keep smiling. It's like, something's missing. I was like, oh, cheek movement is a thing. Yeah, I forgot cheek movement is a thing. So I sort of lift up cheeks here. Don't worry about this one. People are not gonna see it from the side. So I mean, kinda. You give her a little blep as well, like tiny blep. So yeah, that's the official expressions. And then look up, look down, look left. I know it looks a little jank on the eyeballs because I painted the texture not as good. I'm sorry, you guys might hear me yawn a little bit today. I'm sorry. The lizard move cheek, or is that more in the realm of fiction? Do they not move cheek? I thought they have cheekbones. Yeah, they have cheekbones. They do move cheeks. Right? Wait, I thought they do. Okay, so that's the blend shape. So there's a few problems here. One, in Unity, this part here, this right side of the claws is transparent. I could show you. It's gonna take a while to open, but it's okay. Unity Hub. slow. There. It's gonna take a while to open because it's like 2021. Lizard facial muscles. You know what? I think I'm thinking more of Argonian here. Yeah, I'm thinking more Argonian than actual lizards. Eh. I should have kept that in mind. But if I don't move the cheeks, it might look a little weird, don't it? There. Also, I'm using M-Tune, but I might want to change it. M-Tune doesn't have metallic, which is kind of sad, but M-Tune does enhance the color, and I think I kind of like it. I kind of like the enhancement of color here. Like, it's quite saturated. It has the emission and everything. It has the outline that shows the teeth a little bit as well. So here's the problem. The problem is not shown here, but if you look closely, you'll notice something's wrong. You see it? You see the problem? So problem being, this side here is fine. This side here is not fine. Let me show you. So cowl mode originally should be back. What this means, it's fucking transparent. It's inside out. It's currently inside out. See it? So that's one problem, and I think because VC Face doesn't have not cowl mode, and even if I do have cowl mode, everything is just wrong here. So yeah, this is gonna be a problem. Right, because they're just wrong. they're just like upside down. So claws has problems, so is this one. Because I mirrored them. You see it? They're transparent. They're inside out. So that's one thing. Another thing I noticed, this is weight pain problem. So I wanted to simulate the hair movement here. So which is why I have 2 bones on the mane. Okay, so you can see that this main one and main 2. Main 2 basically controls the outer part of the fur of the mane. So what it does is that it'll make it sway. So I got it right a little bit with the dynamic bones. Wait, so if I were, yeah, the non-main, but I do want to make it sway, you know what I mean? You see a problem? Because I have the weight painting issue. This one works as intended. I want to just look at this part. Right, look at the outer side. Don't look at this. This one is clearly wrong. That's why I need to fix it. But that part is working right. The inner part is not moving, but the outer part is moving. So I was like, okay, that's not bad, you know, that's not bad. But this one is a huge problem. So I think I know how to fix this. I think I will weight paint each of the tail to just follow the fur. The fur follow the tailbone. And I cannot make them follow one tailbone because they will be like too hard like this one. So yeah, I'll try to make it work. This is like one of the huge problems here that I have to fix. And the claws, honestly I don't know how to fix the claws, but we'll see. So yeah, that's the problem that I identified last night. I cannot fix it. or so is that when I went to fix it, it's already 4 a.m. And I was like, fuck, it's 4 a.m. I have to sleep, if not I will cry. And cry I did today. I am so sleepy, but I need to get this done. They'll probably not do weird stuff like going wild on the y-axis. Yeah, I hope not to. So, first things first, got the claws. Fellow 4am sleeper. I don't like to be 4am sleeper. Too painful. Okay, so here's one thing I can try. Since I already jointed all the claws and stuff, it's gonna be hard to just select the claws. But I think I can try one thing. Let me try it. Let me just follow this one. Since it's still their own... Yeah, I think I can just do this. Okay, let me check if this is all of them. Okay, that's one claw. Hey, you know what I need to do? This is what I can do. This is the only thing I can do, is to delete them and remake them. I cannot mirror them. Mirror causes problems. So I have to delete them. So does the hand claws, but I think the hand claws, I might look the other way for hand claws, just because hand claws are so small, but this one is so big. The most drastic, yep. It's so painful, but man, it's pretty much the only way, because mirroring causes problems apparently. I don't know why, which is kind of sad. But what can I do? Fuck. Fuck. Is it not? Is it this one? What? It's this dot right here. Come on, oh my god, it's that dot. Is it? I can't tell. It is this dot, come on. Thank you. And then 4. I think that's all of the polygons. This is like performing a surgery. I mean, close to being a surgery, I would say. Why is it kind of shiny? Is it just me, or are they like blooming? It's not just me, right? I'm seeing it sort of blooming. It's going drastic. Okay, so it's not as hard, thank goodness. Okay. Remove one is like nail is free surgery. Alright. There. And I think I need to remake them from scratch. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Or maybe if I don't mirror them. Don't. Cheesecake. cheesecake who is so stinky. Hi. How is the cheesecake? Hello, hello. Welcome to me being very extremely sleepy. Oh, this is easier. Oh shit. You is good. It is old and happy. Nice, good. I am finishing this one. I think I can finish this one. I think I just need to I just need to finish them. I just need to like fix the little things that I need to. Let me try this. Let me manually move them. What's gonna happen then? I forgot I'm doing modeling. Okay. Hey, not that bad, I think. You know what? This works. I hope this doesn't cause issue, because I'm not mirroring them anymore. I'm doing it the stupidest way. But I think this might work, because I didn't mirror the data. I hope. We finished it yesterday, but I got logged. Huh? You got locked out? Is it because you forgot your keys? Question mark. That happened to me once, and I hate it. Well, only once is enough. I don't want it happening any more times than that. And then I have to go YouTube and search how to open up doors with cards. And then, thank God it worked. It's so stupid, but it worked.
TTS Tessert. Allos Guiad Luxt on Claws.
Allos Guiad Luxt on Claws. Good luck. Good luck on Claws. I will. I'm trying. I'm just gonna do a quick test to see if this works. Lock seems to be there. To deter people from breaking rules, easy to open often. I mean, I use cards to open it up. It's like, huh. and then when I click it open, I feel a sense of scared. Like I feel a sense of terrified, but also I got in. You know, one thing that I felt is that I don't think I'm safe anymore locking the door. You know what I mean? I can use a card to open up the door. It's like, oh no. At first it was, oh yes, I did it. And then once I got in, like the realization hits me. It's like, oh no, wait, I'm not safe anymore. You know what I mean? Like, door, card. I just use a card to open it up. It's like, what the fuck, man? God damn it. Why is it so easy? It's not supposed to be that easy. And the sense of dread, there it is. I got locked up for about 40 minutes and I thought I unlocked the front entrance before going out to watch the plants. However, I thought wrong. As for how I fixed it, I found a room for a window that is unlocked and slipped in. Oh no, it script your leg. Oh. $40 sounds kind of long to me. Yeah, ouch. I don't like scrapes. Speaking of scrapes, I kicked a chair last night. Oh no, sorry. A few nights ago. Yeah. A few days ago, I kicked a chair and it bled my leg. My leg was my toe was bleeding. It was a mega kick. More like ouch. But it's okay now. I took care of it. It's fine. It's just kind of funny. It's like, it's so stupid. I kicked the thing and then it bleed. And I ow. Lock's not safe. Someone wants to crack lock. They can easily save hacking if there's any weak link anywhere. True. Just gonna have to hope nobody wants to check out crack out securely. What the chair do to be kicked? Nothing. I just spin around and then there's a chair there. I didn't see. And then bonk, my leg gone. Immediate ouch. Okay, so I think they're still... Oh. Hello, what is this? It doesn't work that way? Probably not. I hate it here. Alright, well. So it doesn't work that way. I have to delete it, and I have to add a mesh and redo it. Alright. Hey, I love it here. Life is good. Life's good. LG. Alright, let's do it. At least I know how to select this one now. It's easy. Yay, life. Oh, yay, life. I think that's everything. Okay. With no weak links, dumb company behaving can be enough too. Like giving someone a new SIM with your number with no proper ID. Ooh. That is very painful. S is scale. Okay, S is scale. G is move. Cube claw. Like the claw starts with a cube. Yeah. It's easier this way, I think, personally. Alright, let's do it. Okay, I'm gonna subdivide this one. Do I even need to subdivide? I don't know. Add 5 lines. This thing of Street Fighter 6, me hope they fix it soon. Fix what? Is there a problem in Street Fighter 6 currently? People discovered OS that blocks and breaks throws with no throw way very easy to do. Game very broken now. What the fuck? You cannot throw, so MIDI setups doesn't work anymore? Wait, what? Huh? People literally just said fuck you to MIDI. I'm gonna block and break throws with one option. No, unless I have command throw. Oh no. What the fuck? That's too much. That's a game breaking bug? Yeah, fuck everything offense. Yeah, you think you got setups? Well, sorry, I have impeccable defense. Wait, is it on YouTube? I'm gonna sort of check it out. I'm gonna see how they do it. What would I search for? Street Fighter 6 bug. Throw break. Throw escape bug. Game breaking option select discovered in Street Fighter 6. It's super broken. It's 8 minutes. Don't leave the grapplers in JP. This is the one. I think I can keep the music on, just a lot lesser.
Hello and welcome. This is Rufamonger, my friends. Very interesting video for you today, as it has to do with a little option select which literally breaks the game. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. This is a game breaker. If you saw the Lily glitch the other day, that's like a little bit of harmless fun, right? This one fundamentally changes the game as it works. So,
oh my god,
let's talk about it and let me explain it to you. Also, as a heads up, as I was making this video, Capcom posted on Twitter they are aware of the bug and there will be a fix,
thank God.
No ETA on the fix, but one will come eventually. So
this one is 18 hours ago.
But still, regardless, let's talk about what it is and how it works. So if you played any amount of Street Fighter 6 at this point, you've probably gotten throw loop to death in the corner, right? It sucks. It ain't fun, right?
Yeah.
And it's difficult to guess right. Like, yeah, sure, after the first knockdown, you can jam throw tech, and you can escape out. That works. But sometimes, you know, that's exactly what they're expecting, and then you get shimmied, and then you die. So, you know,
oh, they jab check you.
Of the beast. But what if there was a way that no matter what happens, you'll be completely 100% safe? So if 100%. We go into the control settings, we can look here, and one of the options we have here near the bottom is simultaneous input assistance. I knew of this, sure, but I never really gave it a second thought until today, and for very good reason, because this is what allows this option select. And what this option select does is let you basically never get thrown, but never open yourself up to the risk of whiffing a throw and then getting blown up for it. So before we get any further, I do believe this was discovered by Chinatown TBB. I
Oh.
will post a link to their original tweet in the video description.
Oh.
And other than that, let's showcase you an example of why this is so strong. So the simultaneous input assistance button, it doesn't do anything by itself. If you see me press it, it just literally shows neutral, right? That's it. It's when you hit and hold the button, and then you hit the simultaneous input assistance, what it does is it gives you all the other buttons that you're not holding of that type. So if I hold light punch, it'll give me medium and heavy punch. If I hold medium, it'll give me light and heavy. If I hold heavy, it'll give me light and medium. Same for kicks, like if I hold light kick, medium and heavy kick, so on and so forth, right? So basically, it just helps you hit 3 buttons or 3 kicks while you're holding 1 button or 1 kick. And conversely, say if you're holding light punch and light kick at the same time and you hit it, then it'll give you everything else. In this case, because you're hitting the 2 heavies, it'll give you a drive impact, but that's the idea, right? So if you hold 2 buttons, it'll give you 6 buttons instead. So now in this scenario here, say if we hold the 2 heavy buttons, right? And then we hit it, it'll still give us all 6 buttons. And here's the thing, if you hold it for less than 5 frames, it will give you a throw. If you hold it for 5 or more frames, it will not do any throw. But yet, as far as the game's concerned, it still counts as a throw. So what we're going to do here, Cammy's going to knock me down and do the throw loop setup, right? So it's going to be the same as you've seen it before a million times. But now, as I'm waking up, I'm going to hold the 2 heavies, and I'm going to tap the input assistance button here, and it's going to give me a throw tech. So once again, as you're going to throw down, hold the 2 heavies, and just kind of tap on that button. And what's going to happen is, it will count as you doing a throw tech. And there will be no throw tech whiff. So now we're going to have Cammy do that other setup we saw, right? So if I whiff my throw, she's going to bop me big time and get a combo. But now we do it this way.
No, it's blocking.
Once again, if I hold it for 5 or more frames,
it's blocking. What the fuck?
Throw, but I do not actually commit to doing any kind of throw myself.
No, that's stupid.
Protects you from getting thrown, but also protects you from the anti-throw tech setups where they're purposely trying to bait your tech and punishing you for it. So basically, you get the best of both worlds.
Yeah,
so
you cannot get open up.
To do both setups on random. I literally do not know which one's going to come out. I just kind of have to guess, right? But, well, once again here, thanks to the setup, don't gotta guess. So that time, I got the throw escape, right? That's great. This time, let's find out. Oh, tried to bait me, but guess what? Due to the nature of the option select, I'm not whiffing any throw trying to tech. I just get to tech if it comes out. That's it. But otherwise, I'm completely safe. And that's why this is so strong. It removes guesswork. It removes options. It's just I defeat all throws with none of the downside of going for the throw and whiffing the throw, which is huge, massive, ban-worthy, straight up. And we have the Red Bull Kumite coming up not too long from now, so hopefully Capcom issues a statement or puts out a pretty quick patch, because this is legitimately game-breaking tech.
Oh my god.
In no uncertain terms. This removing...
Oh my god. Oh my god. Do I grind rank now? I mean, I know what to do. Who do I play? I have Marissa. Marissa is command grab. I mean, Marissa is command grab. I mean, if they're in the corner, just drive impact overhead. At this point. That explains why people in the rank were impossible to open up. I kind of feel that way sometimes, but I get opened up way too easily. It could just mean that I'm being dumb. But this explains something. This one is 18 hours ago though, so maybe not. I don't know. I don't know how long this has been here. I don't know. Throw tech option selected, super easy to do. Oh, so it's like less than 5 frames, huh? Damn, that's insane. Yeah, that's huge. Yeah, it has to be more than 5 frames, as stated. Yeah, just tap it a few times and be invisible. 5 frames is fast. Ow. I'm not the one doing it. Why are you punishing me for it? I'm not the one doing it. Yeah, more than 5 frames, sorry. Yeah, more than 5 frames. It's, I don't know. It's there. People are gonna abuse it. Is there any like statement? I mean, there's statement on the Twitter, but there's no statement here. There is no statement here. I'm a little terrified. I'm a little scared. I mean, I'm not playing ranked now, so I guess I'm safe. But still, those who play ranks now is not gonna have a good time. No. Like, I'm not even gonna sugarcoat it. Right? It's no way of sugarcoating this one because it's just dumb at this point. Like, what the hell? Hi, Joe Dark. What I miss? Oh, the Street Fighter 6 game breaking option select. Have you heard of it? I just known when Pinky told me just now. Something to do with like simultaneous input, and then hold 2 buttons at new tech that breaks Street Fighter 6 by making it invisible to trolls. Yeah, invisible to troll loops, pretty much. It's kind of scary. Actually, scratch that. It's very fucking scary. And some people asked to also remove the glitch of troll loops. Is troll loop a glitch though? Yeah, at least this command grab. Geef is still the hype beast. I love fighting Geef. Although they're blast. Although like I saw some Geef on YouTube, like Geef matches. Like, oh my god. Like I will still stand by my point. Geef is like the hype beast. But I don't want to play Geef because I saw the input. I cannot do it. Like, how the fuck are you supposed to do full circle input without yumping? Right? Without yumping. I don't know. There's no way. I mean, there's a way. People are doing it. Do I want to learn it? No. No. Why? I'm lazy. Who do you think I'm a damn kobold? I don't learn things. I play things. It's very easy to do actually. What? I can do it 85% of the time. What? Without yumping? But it's a full circle. There has to be an out input at any time. At one point. Pick them up and did it like right away. That's insane. No. Don't tap me. Don't tap me. I cannot play Street Fighter 6 right now. I need to finish this one. Just press the punch and up at the same time. Oh fuck. Thanks, StreamerBot. I said fuck, not fart. Hey, the classic joke is back. The classic. I kind of want to make it a little extreme. Oh yeah, also welcome into my very low energy stream again. I overworked myself trying to finish this one up, I didn't. That's why I keep yawning today. I keep yawning, I want to sleep. I feel so sleepy. I feel so eepy. They could make it even easier. Wait, what? You have another method? Of course, it could also be that it will remain a struggle for you forever, like anything airborne, fly, cancel, combo struggle for me. Oh, in different people, different strength, right? I love rush down. I love rushing down people. Now you can overwork a social setting. I was Akuma main in Street Fighter 5. Is Akuma really hard? I mean, Akuma in Tekken 7 is hard as fuck, but it's fundamentally broken as well. Because, boy oh boy, jumping in Tekken 7 is fucking dumb. That's why everyone, and I mean everyone, hates Akuma in Tekken 7. I don't know about Street Fighter 5, so... yeah, that's the thing that I don't know about. Is Akuma in Street Fighter 5 stonk? Take a 7 Akuma shot. Wait, can Akuma combo into shotgun? I thought only Brian is allowed to do that. He was strong when I played. Okay, Joe, but I thought. Nah, you know what? Whoever you play is gonna be strong. I fought against your Geef, I understand. the stonk. I feel it. I feel the stonk. I won't be surprised, honestly. Okay, let me see if I can try to... it's a little hard though. You turn into a claw very fast. Thankfully claws are quite easy to do. Thankfully. You know, like every time I see Geef do a command throw, it's like SP fucking D. Oh my god, SP fucking D. Oh, shotgun combo missile. I've a lot easier over time with jury players now, so I learn a lot from our matches. Oh, nice. I don't know. I feel like when I play jury, I just sort of spam the heavy kick since I'm not good with executions, but I do enjoy footsies in the game. I just sort of spam one button, so maybe I'm quite of a spammer. Oops. Jury is kind of like natural Geef count. Oh really? Shit, I didn't know that. Wait, but I got bodied by Geef. I'm gonna cry then. I get absolutely destroyed by Geef. Man, having all these shortcut keys does make life easier. Is claw enough? I mean, dust can look claw enough, I guess. And Gibbs can challenge best on his stiff neutral and his low AA. Lariat seems like a really good anti-air though. I mean, I think in terms of slow AA, no one's slower than Marisa. Marisa is truly slow and doesn't even have like invisible frames, I think. And Lariat is like invisible upper body. Fucking like if someone press a button against Marisa and just like Marisa would get hit, it would be a trade, or in most cases NTR will win, but in some cases Marisa will get hit and the train's like, what the fuck? It's like, I hate it, why? Can trade combo? Is it? Can Marisa trade combo? I didn't. Sorry. Let me adjust my seat. I need to find a chair soon. This is bad. My butt hurts from sitting on this one. Ow. I'm sorry. I mean, this looks fine, right? Yeah, I mean, that looks like a claw, right? Even better than this one, I think. Hell yeah, the more claws I make, the much better claw that I will do. Oh, it's a little too big. This one. Can I? Make sure chair not break too soon, or but I'm sure chair will not break. I don't know about my butt though, it hurts. Let me see if I can find like a support, because it is honestly hurting my bone. Fuck. Okay, give me a second. Actually, let me go outside and find like a pillow that I can use. I'll try to find one. I'll be right back. Found one. I don't know if this is gonna work, but I'm gonna try it anyway. It's an abandoned pillow. I'm gonna put it behind here and let me just set it up. Maybe like this. Huh. Okay. I'm into it. I'm into it, okay. I'm kinda into it, alright, okay. Pillar. If it not work, use more pillow. True. More pillow doesn't hurt. Okay. I'm thinking it. It's not bad. I was thinking like support dog before noticing that they'll just add weight to your lap. Oh no. I mean, oh yeah. Pillow kobold pile. I know this sit on kobold. The kobold doesn't sit on. Do kobolds sit on kobolds? I don't know. Okay, we got this, and then we just duplicate this. Go here. Make it a lot smaller. Oh, this one I want to listen. Zangief. Zangief's team is so hype, by the way. I need to make it louder. Oh yeah, there we go. Didn't think of that way. A couple will probably steal each other. What? What? It's a common thing in nature? What? Zangief theme turned CC on for me somehow. Whoa. Zangief yip. Zangief yip. Not the Zangief thing. Oh, cats do that? Oh shit, okay. Okay, and then this one, duplicate, go here, rotate. Your cats for long enough, you see them sleeping on each other at times. You know what? That does sound kind of cute, yeah. I'm gonna join these. Actually, let me save a separate file. I'm sure these will work. Like, I'm kinda sure. That's a mighty looking claw, alright. Okay, I put them Oh yeah, now I need to join them. Join. So there are one. I think I join this with this and then it would be done, I think. I might be doing this a little too fast. Let me check the weight pane. Okay, no big deal. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. I really love the dun dun dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. Oh yeah, badminton tonight. So I have to end the stream about 5 p.m. I mean, it's a Thursday. Badminton. Okay, this should do. You make claw so speedy? Yeah. I mean, I did do it kind of fast this time, to be honest. Since I kind of know what to do, and yeah. Looks good. Looks good. Now, weight painting on the fur. Shit. Not the body, but the fur. Because they are both separate models. Oh. Okay, why does it not work now? Oh, there we go. Now you work. Why? I know this is kind of bad, but I don't know what to do. Just gonna do this a few times, controlling this part as well. But of course, since I auto-normalize them, I can just kinda control this one. I'm just gonna do it willy-nilly. I'm gonna regret saying this, but I'm still gonna do it willy-nilly. like willy-nilly, alright? I'm gonna regret this so hard, but I'm doing it anyway. Oh, I do have front faces on only. Oh, oops. I should not be have front face. Okay. There we go. Okay, it's so much easier. Looks about right. I'm just gonna try out and see if this works. I hope it does, because if this one doesn't work, I genuinely have no idea what to do. Ah, God, I love fur, I really do. But man, are they a hassle to work with. If it not work, I'll cry about it. Yeah. Okay, so now the tail bones are controlling the fur. Not one single bone on the mane. Oh. Oh, why? Just gonna wrestle the control a little bit. Like this. Oh, I forgot about this. I was like, huh, I'm forgetting something. Indeed, I did. Let me just do this real quick. This one is no big deal, at least. This one is kind of easy to fix. Well, fix. With the biggest quotation mark. How about now? I think that looks about right. Looking good? Yeah, it's not controlling anymore. This one might be a little jank because this one's like intersected, so I'll try to wrestle as much movement as possible. God. I hate doing this. I hate doing this. Come on, paint it. Yes, yes. Where's the trigger point? I don't know where the trigger point is. Oh. Oh, wait a dang second. This might work. Oh. Details. Do you guys understand what's going on? I don't. Oh my god, what am I looking at? This green part looks to me it's like inside. It's too close together. It's this part. Oh, alright. It's this one. Can I paint it? Somewhere? Oh my god, I cannot paint it. God, I'm really trying though. Why am I doing this? This is a mistake on my part again. You know, see, every time I do this, next time I'll learn to not make fur like this. You know, as much as I love doing it, but man, please stop doing this. Okay, this is the part. Yes. Okay. I need to find the most red part. Oh, is this Pog? I think that's kind of Pog. Now it's too late to stop. True. Now it's just gonna make it work. Nothing to it. Just paint it. Where? Why do you still have some? Oh god. I don't know how I feel about this. Yeah, it auto-normalized, but it didn't... It went somewhere else. I'll do it again. I want this model to work, I really do. It's like no matter how tedious this shit is, I'll make it work. I will make this work because I want to. Okay, there we go. this the one? I don't know where the trigger point is. Is that this one? Okay. Oh, check this shit out. Having wireframe helps. Let's go. Whoa. Hyroxes. You know, it's moving. I think this should be fine. Around down here? Get in, get in, get in. Oh, I can't see shit. I don't understand where the line is. Okay, okay. You got the... Do you have holiday today, Roxas? Hajio. It's Haji getting the off day, or are you still working? Work? Okay, I think I did it. This is the most tedious work I've done, but let's hope in the end it's all worth it, alright? Let's hope. I hope this works, and I hope this is worth. Oh my god, okay. That was painful. My eyes hurt from this. Okay. I'm gonna save this as a separate file again. For once, I think I'm gonna leave the hand claws for now. I need to stand up a little bit. I thought Hari Raya Haji is like a big deal. Didn't think you're still gonna work on that day. It's weird. I mean, I could be wrong, I don't know. Moldy. Moldy cheesecake. Wow. Wow. Oh oh. Oh oh. Guys, I'm sorry. I am so sleepy today. Fuck. I just want to get this done. Okay, let me see. So everything is sort of accounted for. I could... A sleep stream? No. Like, there's no content in sleep stream, right? I don't want that. We need content. I don't know if I'm doing this as content, but still. I already saved, and I think, you know, let's try it. Let's just select everything here. Make chat play Shovel Knight or something. Is that even possible? Export FBX into Unity, no, into texture. Selected objects, don't pick animation. There. And then we're gonna do it all over again. Did I close Unity? I'm stupid. No, I have to wait for it to open again. Phone. Phone. Oh, that was fast. Okay, so go to assets. That's a lot of things. Yeah, I'm gonna delete all of them. The VRM. So these are all needs to be deleted. Deletus. It's gone. So these two will be deleted as well. Okay, let's see. So at least a thing of beauty of the thing of beauty in Unity is that if you import your model along with all of your textures here, it would just put into a material. Like they would just put in here. See, the material is already like put in. So it's like, yeah, that's pretty good. Like even the emission, no metallic though. It's not perfect, but it saves time. Also, I put this 0.3. Legacy. Okay, apply. Rig, humanoid, generate for this model, apply. Then go to configure, go to head. We don't need fin is not eye. I don't have eye bones. And we use jaw bones here. I use blend shapes for all of them. Apply. Go to materials, extract them to here. There. And then they're all here that I can just put them here. Put it in. Uh-oh. Did I mess up something? What the fuck? What is wrong here? What? I did not touch this one. What do you mean? What? 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 I am utterly confused. I have never seen this shit before. What the fuck? Looks like it's from eyeballs. What? Excuse me? Oh, what? Why are you moving? Why are you looking... Oh no. I was on look left, I was on look left, I was on look left. Oh no. What does the basis look like? And then is that what look left looks like now? But that shouldn't happen. But this... What? Huh? This one went to the yip x yip. Can I just like clear transform, clear user transform? Is it possible? Oh my god. I messed up. Look at that. What the fuck? Oh, this is bull. Oh my god, okay. Just take it slow, it's fine. This is a little painful. Actually, I'm not even gonna downplay this. This shit pisses me off. Fuck this. This is bullshit. Okay, let's see this. They're not supposed... Why do we have two lines here? Oh, yeah, okay, so there's supposed to be three. Okay, which one's this? Because I beveled them, that's why they have three. There. What the hell? Okay, so long as they're not intersected. I know, like, these are supposed to be like here. What? Oh, that's jank. I think I messed up. There should only be 3. Why is there like multiple? There we go. Why is there 4? More than just a 3 right toe claws were broken. These are not broken by any means, but I think I just messed up here somehow. I don't have mirror on. Why is this even moving? Right, that's the problem. I don't know why. Yeah, it's broken now, and I don't know when it happened. Next, so long as they don't intersect too much, I think I'm just gonna take this. Okay, now look left should be fixed. Faces? Hey. Okay, check this. E. Everything should be good now, I think. I hope. Alright, let's try exporting again. Hooray! Export FBX. Select objects, don't pick animation. Okay. Alright, delete once more. Boom. Okay, I need to constantly delete this because I need to know these are not the working ones. That's why I'm deleting them. Okay, this is replaced. Actually, let me change music. Oh, E-Honda's theme. Alright, there it is. E-Honda's theme is kinda cute. Okay, let's do it. Point 3. Theme of the perfect life form? Yeah. The perfect. Also, I have to confess something. For the past 2 days, I didn't even spend any time trying to plan anything for my stream. Like for the 1,000 ones, I'm sorry. The 1,000 follower stream, I didn't plan any of those. because I didn't spend time on it. That's why I'm sorry. Like I really want to celebrate a 1K stream, a 1K follower thing, because it's such a huge number for me. A number where I said this multiple times and I still feel this way. I didn't think I would hit it at all. Yeah, big number. It's like a number that went from 3 to 4, you know. 3-digit to 4-digit, that's insane. Alright, yay! Yay, okay, hand claws. I'm not even gonna look at you, but fuck you. Why are you... I don't want to redo this shit. It's so small. No one's gonna notice it. Someone's gonna notice it. Someone's gonna question it. Not me. The obvious one has been fixed. Okay, that's one step closer towards greatness. I don't think I want to use M2 here because I'm playing with metallic and also emission. Although M2 can have emission, but M2 doesn't have metallic, such as this one. So if I were to add metallic to it, see, it reflects. It reflects like gold. The claws were inspired by cell shading. This is golden enough, right? This one should stay the same. There. Now I can play with this, see? Can make it shinier. So the same goes for this one, and I need to add a metallic map for this one. Metallic, you are emissive. Metallic, there it is. Okay. Metal. Look at that. It's working there, kinda. Why do you look weird? Oh, you're too smooth. You're too smooth. It sort of affects the whole body somehow? Is it just me? Oh yeah, also the M-Tune thing, I tried it, yes, I tried it last night with M-Tune. That's why I kind of like, maybe this one I'll use a standard shader. Yeah, I use the standard one. I don't know about M-Tune. Can't tell. I'll make a comparison afterwards. It's quite easy anyway. Just let me complete this one real quick. Teeth. Do we want shiny teeth? That is the question, isn't it? I'm into shiny teeth. My shiny teeth and me. If you know the music, you know the music. My shiny teeth and me. You know what? Shiny teeth, yeah, why not? And then what else do we have? Eyes. Eyes is already like this. We can make it like shine. See that? The emissive layer is here. So only the part that's emissive will emit light. I think this one is like normal emissive. I never really understand how emissive works in Unity. The rest seems fine. Now I just need normal map, I think? Normal map, nah. Oh, I have roughness map. Oh, why do you look jank here? Oh, it does add a little jank around. But it does add something here, I guess. This is the normal amount of... Yes. Yes. I'll try to keep it as 1. And I'll add the ambient occlusion as well. Ooh. Too much? This one is so dark here. If I lower down the ambient occlusion, it might be okay. It does add a little depth to it, doesn't it? I'll keep it like this for now. See how it goes. See how it looks in VC face, because right now the face looks a little jumbled out. You know what I mean? Especially this part. This part. Weird, this part. I might even just like disable it. Even if I disable it, it's like okay-ish, I think. Is it because... Yeah, there's nothing here. This one is very wrong. Let me try something. Oh, what happened? It looks like there's nothing. Yeah, nothing changed. Oh, there's something. I don't know how I feel about this. Okay, is there height map? There's some height here. Okay, let's disable normal map. Try height. Height is this one? Whoa, wait, what? Are you seeing this? Oh, what the shit? You seeing it? Oh. Wait, that's one height map. Oh my god, that is trippy as fuck. What the hell is going on? What? Well, what is height map doing? Get out. I don't understand this. So apparently the map looks and behaves differently than I thought. Okay, I guess. This is... why is this again? Default OBJ, teeth. And then we have tongue. Tongue, I think this one is number 2. Like I need here. Yeah, this color. And then fur. This one is really like very defined. If I were to add ambient occlusion, doesn't seem to do anything. Oh wait, I put it on claws, I'm stupid. I was like, what? There. Oh wow, actually very defined. It does make sense too, you know what I mean? Although there's some jank around here, you see. Because they are too close together and the occlusion generated around this part is just like jank. But it's not bad. Normal map? Hi malicious magpie. Welcome to the room. Oh, even the legs, I didn't even notice. I think this one is just fucking... Please get out. Okay, I'm gonna save as a sample scene. And I'll show you... It's okay, I can always change it back afterwards. Just reload the scene. Now let me change the M-tune for you to have a look. I mean, M-tune works. The color looks really good. It just doesn't have metallic to it. It doesn't give the shine anymore. It glows, but it doesn't shine. You know what I mean? But one strength for this is that it has the outline. The outline works. The outline helps. Yeah, so it becomes like this. It's like, oh, I'm in a anime. So M-tune is anime shader pretty much, right? A very basic anime shader. It's pretty much what this is. Like I would say, this one looks good too, right? For an anime style, this one looks pretty good. It looks... It's just not shiny, right? It's just not shiny. It's not for metallic purposes. So yeah, the claws are just like a color now. Although, check this out. It fixes it. It has been fixed. It has been fixed. It's fixed. No more problem. No more problem for the claws. Claws, no problem. Okay, so that's one good thing. Yeah, I mean, if you want, you can always play with this one as well. Like, you could put in the normal maps and shit, and then you can just play with the shading. If you can play with ambition, it's always like boom. Even the eyes, you can just play around. But since this is like the anime the shader, it doesn't have much. But I think the strength lies here. It outlines the thing, allows you to define, like it gives things more definition. It's like you just outlined your character. Right, then you can even change the width to make it like thick lined or like non-thick line. But usually I just put it 0.5. Yeah, that's the outline. So if you see like this Kobold right here is M-tune and then it's on outline. Although you see the fur, as thick as 3DS Smash Bros. I think 0.1 is like the maximum that I can have. Like 1 is maximum. Let me see if I can go like extreme. Screen coordinates. This is maximum thick. It's gonna like it. I'll just keep it this way, 0.5. I want the line to be there, but not as defining. Maybe 1. Maybe like this, right? Defining line. Who defining? 0.7 maybe. Not too much, not too much. Okay, that point. I think 0.7 is a good middle ground. So goes for the teeth and stuff. Right, that's good, that's bad for both of the shaders. This one looks more clean. You know what I mean? This one looks more clean. I'll save it as a separate file. Wait, it changed even for the save file? Oh, I think it changes the entire data. It's not just... No big deal. It's okay. I didn't think of using separate materials, but here I am being dumb. It is standard. Okay, so if I put it as standard, it will give me the settings back. So let me set everything back to standard again. Yeah, it gives the settings back. Everything is accounted for. You see what I mean, right? This one, I think it's the AO. Too much AO or too much shadow? I personally want to try out this one because I've been playing with the metallic texture. I think I kind of want to see it in VC Face and see how it goes. I'll import both. It's kind of easy to do, so it's fine. I'll try to get this one done. like the standard shader, not the M-Tune one. Just double check all of them. Everything should be in standard. Yep. There, okay. And then I'm gonna import this one. Export, sorry. Tito. Version. This one is version 2.0. Author me. Haha. Me. T-pose, post freeze check, okay. Really? I mean, it's already as T-pose as it gets. I'm pretty sure if I make T-pose again, it's gonna... yeah. I'll put this one here. It's okay, I realized that I can just change this afterwards, sir. This is the tail. It's fine. I forgot to do this. I think it's this one.
TTS test. Who's a good bean and a beloved artist? Who is? You is Godro Pet.
You is? You is a whale. Yeah, you are a good bean. The good beans. The good beans. Okay, toes. This one. If I say everything is 0, what's gonna happen? That's gonna happen. Okay, which is bad. -45? -45? Okay, -45. -45. Seems straight. Okay, and then we can sort of copy this one. So toes. If it's -45, this one should be 45. 180. 0. So toes. What? -7.1. They think it should be like more, pointing more straight. -10. -10. Okay, -10. So this one should be 10. Let's 37. Now I'll put everything as like a full number so that it's easier for me to keep track of. So -37. -77.2. Okay, 77. Minus 77. Now lower leg. Minus 27. This one is, I think, 27. Okay, minus 27. Minus 34. Oh, 34. Minus 63. The 63 then? Oh shit. It's okay, so it is 63. Upper leg. Did I change anything with the upper leg? I don't think so. Oh, I did change a lot. Okay, so this one is 2.3. This one should be 2.3 then. Oh, wait, what the fuck? Am I Manon? is that Manon? Chun-Li? Okay, Chun-Li. Actually, Chun-Li. Why? Minus 167? Minus 167? Why is the number so extreme there? Okay, must be the Y. Only Y. Minus 5.6. What if I change it to minus 5.6 then? Oh no, okay. 5.6. It changes like nothing. What's that? This Z is like minus 167. Why is it 167? 167 is like another Chun-Li. Okay, I'll use eye judgment. God damn it. Okay, and then this one, Y turn. This one should be facing out, you know? Yeah. Ah, okay now. Why? Hi, Brecky. Thank you. How's the Brecky? Oh my god, why is that so jank? Is it positioning? No, the position is the same. Well. Why not work? Oh, it's rotation Y. Why is it like this? What? Oh no. That little number moved that much? Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Maybe think. I can stand up and think. I'll think. This is weird. Like my Shinake didn't have this problem. It's okay, you know what? It's okay. Final touch is supposed to be tedious. That's why they're called final touches. It's to make the little things work. Alright? I got this. I just need some time. Oh yeah. Okay. Let's do it. I'll make it global. Is it just me, or is it like a little bit? That's thick. This actually works a little bit. Oh, you know what? That actually looks kinda good. Change. Yeah. All good, I guess. Fuck. T-pose came out. The model needs to face the positive Z-axis. Are you saying that I changed too much? I can't. This fucking thing. Why? Oh. It's okay now, I guess. Okay, I'm doing it. Export settings, yeah, post freeze is good. I'll take it. I don't know. I am mega confused. This is version 2.0. Author me. Oh. Speaking of Modern Chun-Li's theme, I am in love. Modern Chun-Li's theme is really fucking good. Like, not gonna lie, I love it. Is it controversial? Is it someone hates it? Did someone like say beep beep boo boo about Modern Chun-Li's theme? I mean, if so, it's very understandable. I heard Street Fighter 5 music and I heard Street Fighter 6 music. It is a total 180. It's very different. Can we import this one? We need a new folder for this one. Z, a verb. We need the VRM. Yeah. So we're not like, oh yeah, definitely. It's a really big change. And I think it works for me. I fucking love it. It's so good. It's a more vibe. Like I said, Street Fighter 6 is more lighthearted than Street Fighter 5. The general vibe, I mean. Okay, now we hide this. Then we go to the VRM. Boom. This is the one I need. This is the one that I'll be working on. And we're so close. Now it's just one last thing. The spring bones. If the spring bone doesn't work, I'll cry. Infinite confusion arose because he left too many options open. Me meant this. This is Jury's theme, no? Yeah, it's Jury's theme. Oh, next one is Chun-Li's theme. Nice. Very vibe music. I said JP. JP is just villain music. Yeah. JP is here to kill. Oh, I forget they changed the name. Also, let me take a screenshot. Okay. Look at ball player. No. We need look at blend shape because I'm using blend shape to look up, down, left, and right. So don't touch it. Go blend shapes. I don't know how well this is gonna work, to be honest, but let's hope this works. Where's the tongue? Oh, there's the tongue. Okay, it's a little bit too similar. I think Jury's theme is just mischievous theme. It's not villain, it's just like, haha, I will break you. But for fun. But for fun, you know what I mean? I know Angie though. Angie is sass. Sorrow is just sedge. Fun is heavy. The cheek. God, I'm feeling I was half asleep doing all these blend shapes last night. Look, left. I was half asleep doing this. There. And then the spring bones. Secondary. We need a lot of spring bones. You just add like multiple ones there. So first, Booba. Right, Booba R, Booba L. With main 2, I think. Oh, Finn. Yeah, I have spring bones on Finn as well. I'm going into this model. Finn L, Finn R. I forgot to rename the tail, so now it's like hips 101. And then main 2. I think that's it. Statistics Booter. Oh, the tail! The fur follows! That actually works, I'm insane. And the hair works as well. Okay, okay. A little too slow, don't you think?
Hype IP, Hype IP, High IP.
This one works for tail. Also Hype IP, Hype Beep. Hype Beep. The Kobold is gonna have her own dragon. Oh my god. Okay, so I think this one works for tail. For the smaller parts like fins and the mane doesn't really work. Okay, I have an idea. Let's redo this one. Since secondary one for everything. Close this and change this to main 2. And then we I'm gonna duplicate this one. Then close all of these. Change this to hip 001. Make it 4. So that they will have different stiffness to it. They'll shake in a different way. Kinda. See this? See, the hair is small. The hair is slower now. The hair is kind of slower. And then the tail is a lot faster, at least. And I think this is the desired result. Kinda. Yeah, I think this is the desired result. Okay, looking good. Actually works. I'm glad. I'm glad. Yeah. Next time I do fur, I'll know. Okay, I don't know how many times I've yawned today. probably too many times to count. Okay, it's kind of done, I think. Am I missing something? Blend shapes are done. Look at blend shape applier. Huh. I mean, I guess this kind of works. Okay, let's try. You know what? Let's try export this one. Okay, we export to the one and only. Here. See how many VRMs I have. Although some of them is just like testing. Like this one, and then this one. The real lane. Hi Zoe. Durgan, yeah. I hope this works. Although I'm gonna probably try out like 1 or 2 other shader. Okay, I'm gonna hide myself because I don't want to be a beast. A deformed beast, as I should add. Okay, let's go to C face. So we're gonna apply selection here, and they're just gonna get. Oh yeah, I didn't put in pictures to it. Oh wait, it has the AO. What the fuck? Okay. Oh, the metallic is not showing because VC Face doesn't support metallic. No. This is sad. This is sad. This is sad. Faces. Faces. I mean, it kind of works, I guess. Yeah, it doesn't have metallic, so I guess M-Tune works here. M-Tune should work. Okay, let me change back to Kobold. Alright, let's do a re-import. What that Durgan? What that Durgan? Oh, is that Confiner Socks? Oh my god. Okay. Oh, not M-Tune 10. M-Tune 10 somehow caused a lot of trouble. I don't know why. Sucks where that evil. We can play with outlines then. Yeah, it doesn't show the metallic and it doesn't show the reflection. Although to be fair, if VC Face is able to do that, it might be a little too resource intensive. This one though, do you not see it? App did the connecting to chat. Wow. Phone app weird. You see it now? Cool. I was in Confiner's chat just now. It's fun. I enjoy throwing pillows at her. just spamming pillows at her face like I don't know, I like throwing pillows. Even in real life I do it sometimes. Not another person, no. Don't chuck banana at me. Oh god. Actually chuck things at me. I think we need thicker lines. Actually, I feel like one works. Oh wait, I forgot to add one more. I did so many noodle bones, but I didn't do it really. Pillow is fun and soft to throw unless intention is to kill. Yeah. That's no good. That's no good. Noodle. Noodle is kind of slow. Yeah, Noodle is kind of slow. Let's have Noodle following the tail. So, get out. Get out. Get in. Get in. Penis. God, that's so old. I'm so old. Pregnant. Noodle. I know, right? All right. I'm into it. I'm into it. All right. Okay, anything else I want to change? Let me see. Ambition, nah. I think the color might need to change a little bit. A little brighter, okay. Brighter tongue. I'll get, you know, I'll have the lines all on one. Oh, you know, speaking of, let's listen to Chun-Li's theme. Oh yeah. The starting. Oh, so good. Oh yeah, it's so good. Yeah, let's export again to the place just now. Hey, not here. Replace it. I didn't spend as much time doing textures for this one. I didn't even try. I didn't even try to add scales to it. like the scales I have for my Kobold. Damn, I spent at least 6 hours on the Kobold scales. I mean, I could do it again on here. Maybe, I don't know. But for now, I'll keep it like this. Okay, gonna hide myself again. Let's go to video VC face. Oh, hey, look at that! The legs is not as scary. Why are you in A pose? Why are you in A pose? Oh, it's the arm angle. Oh yeah, it's on 90 degrees. Okay, okay. Yeah, the leg is not intersecting too much now. You see that? The line's too thick. The line is too thick. Oh. Oh. Oh, something's jank. Do you see something's jank? Looks kind of like shark with these lines. Maybe like up here, right? I don't know. The lines does complement something here. I think that the mouth movement is too much. You know why I think the mouth movement is too much? I think the blush for A is too. Why is my teeth broken? Keep your mouth open, please. Why is your mouth broken? Kidding. Oh no, the mouth is not broken. It's just the teeth is too much too much lines. Can't you force mouth to open? This is as open as I can get. Yeah, they're trying. The thing is, I don't think I want to add lines for the teeth. no lines for the teeth. All right. Or maybe not that thick. Yeah, maybe not that thick. I don't even want to change it. Give me a second. Here, maybe like a 0.2 since they're like really small. Especially the teeth. Tongue I'll give 0.5 because tongue is like kind of big. The rest one is fine. Does one has bones all done? Oh yeah. If the model doesn't have bones, it would not work here. But you want to see broken? Alright, let's see. What? I'm a stick bug. I'm a stick bug. What the fuck? Oh my god, kill it. Kill me. Kill me. Oh my god, it's a stick bug. You're getting stick bugged. Oh my god. Yeah, you know, I'll join in the throw. I need to throw myself at this point. Yeah, just This is an alien being. Oh yeah, also the blend shapes. So it's an easy fix here. Let me show you. The mouth movement is too much, right? That's why we have percentage, baby. See, A is too much. Oh no! I don't know what it is. I'm scared. I like this then. Let's have her being more elegant, right? Not like absolute. Oh shit, what am I looking at? Oh shit. Oh my god. That is so scary. Around this should be good. I wonder if like new people going. Why is it so tall? I don't know. I genuinely have no idea why it makes my Kobold so tall. Alright, that's good. Enough. I think I can. Yeah, I think I'm ready to re-import this again. What did I change? Oh yeah, I changed the lines, okay. What happened to hip? Yeah, see that black box there? I don't know. 3D models works in mysterious ways, what can I say? Very mysterious. Very mysterious. I cannot explain this. I really cannot. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, look at that. The teeth is not jank now. And yeah, the mouth movement is not as much. Mouth movement, yeah, looks pretty good. Oh god. Oh yeah, let me try something. So I have auto blink on. What? Whoa! Oh my god, two different things. I'm scared. Okay, let me see VTuber Plus. Alright, so VTuber Plus, there's something I need to do. I need to import in one of these. Oh, alright, let's import this one. Never seen this one there. Is that? What is that? Is this model mega big? Oh, I think this model is actually mega big. What? What? Whoa, wait a minute. Oh my god, I am well, I mean, I don't know what to say about that, huh? Enjoy them beans. Why is it? Hey, oh my god! Why is my leg doing that? Why am I doing ballerina? I am becoming Manon. Yeah, I think this model is actually mega big. Why is that behind? See that? Wait, that thing is following me. Yeah, oh my god, this model is mega big. Okay, you know, let's fix this a little bit. I'll be here. Yeah, it doesn't rank down into nothingness. It's not like my snake. Is it just me or is it like shinier than usual? Oh wait, do I have bloom on? Yes, I do. Whoa! Oh my god! Whoa! Well, this is my life now. You know, I like to be shiny a little bit. Yeah, there's no light, I believe? Yeah. Yes! Yes! No lights. Okay, we good. Let's... What do I want to do again? I forgot. Neck is hurt box star. Oh yeah, I need to change the size of this model. It's 111. Let's make it 0.5 for now. Half the size. Because this is clearly too big. 0.4, how about? Even the hand is gone. looks good. So if this is the case, then I might need to change the jiggle bones, because I smalled it down. Yeah, it's now super fast. Seems to be around 4 or so meter. What the fuck? How? Okay, now the lines are too thick because everything's smaller now. Because I'm lazy. Half everything. It's shaking, right? Yeah, the noodles are shaking. Look at that. Look at the noodle. Yo. Hello? No, you bully. Oh my god, triple anchor? What? Maybe closer to a tall 2 or 3 though. It's hard to tell. Yeah, it's hard to tell. I don't know how to count it. I didn't change the avatar scale yet, and also the hitbox and stuff. So give me a second. But for now, this looks good. Okay. Re-import. Let's do it. Re-export. Sorry, so I'm going to say. I wonder if this is gonna change anything. I mean, size changes, so we'll see. Oh, I forgot to change the lines too thick. Don't worry about it. Give me a second. Hi Nanook. I'm doing finishing touches. It's almost done. Half everything. Everything's 2.5. This one's 0.1. Yeah, 0.5 seems good. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. I am, however, extremely sleepy. Because I slept at 4. 0.25? Alright. Let's try again. This is how you identify problems, man. This is how you identify problems and fix them. Oh my god, it's sushi fur. Sushi fur creates peak content. It's so good. PEAK, alright, PEAK. Sorry if that sounded wrong. I always love not only his tweet but his stream as well. So good. The Indian line is too thick still. No, actually I think I don't want lines on the eye. Is that the eye line or is that? Huh? Which line is that? I think that might be the eye line. Okay. No line on eyes. Because that looks jank. None. Alright, let's do it again. Haha. Small changes. Just keep doing it. It's totally fine. Also, I love how I'm down there. Why am I down there? Am I smaller? Oh, that's a problem. Okay, you stay. I'll stay down there. Oh my god, everything's so jank. I love it. God, the 3D world is so jank. Oh, it's the body line. If it's a body line, then do you think the line is too thick still? Hi again, cheesecake. 0.4. Okay, let's change the line to 0.4 and see how it goes. Because I feel like it's sort of like floating lines too much. Too much floating lines makes the model looks a little weird. Now this is the most exciting part. Oh yeah, that looks okay. Stand up. Yeah, all good. Oh, I stretched. I already stretched. I did the stretch. I think the line is okay. And then the shakes, the fin shakes, the hair, the mane shakes in the most unnatural way. Yeah, I mean, it kind of works, right? It kind of works. Yeah, this time I work with the jiggle bones and it works. How can I forget one big thing? I just saw it. I didn't put bells on the end of the tail. Really? I didn't put bells on the end of the tail. Really? That's one thing that I forgot, and now I have to do everything again. I'll use this model for now. I don't care. Yeah. I hate it. Why? Okay, it's fine. Everything's fine. Just God. Oh, I'm gone. There. I'm not gone anymore. It works. Yeah, look at that. Okay, it's kind of a okay shape now. Although the dragon does look a little thick. Yeah, I need to work on that thing. Okay. No big deal. Let's go avatar. Add collider size. I think offset just have to go down. Yeah, I think that's good enough. Like slightly slower. Oh my god. Head speed? Head size? Small. Non-existent. Offset. Oh, there's only up, down, offset? Oh, boo. This dragon is moderate size, I'll keep it this way. Throw ring offset. 000 is fine. Chest collider size. Smaller, and then chest collider offset go down. That's the chest. Mouth collider. Oh, that's a mouth collider. That's a mouth collider. Okay, snoot head. Oh my god. Wait, I cannot check things like this. That's a very chill ragdoll, to be honest. I don't know why. Can I make throw ring bigger? No. Let me see. I had collider size a little bit bigger. Offset can only be up and down. That's jank. Okay, I think this is okay. This is okay. Nah, no more janky leg like that. No more janky legs now. Oh my god. There she goes. With throwing. I like the hurt box. You know what? Yeah, it's pretty much done. It's actually pretty much done. That's the model. At some point I'll add the bell to it. Look at my noodle. Don't bully the noodle. Oh my god. Did the ball just go into the camera? You got Uno reversaled. Wow. She's truly a fighter. Look at that. She just reflects everything. Oh. Yeah, she just reflects everything like that. Ow. 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 With the nut. I'm sure everything is fine. Let me just save this real quick. Ow. 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 Give me. Ow. Well, there you go. That's a new model done. In about 3 hours, I fixes everything. Nice. That's not bad, to be honest. That's not bad. Let's close this shit. I don't like Unity. There, I'm back. GG, yeah. It's pretty much done. Just like the bells. I forgot. I somehow forgot about the bell. I don't know how. Yay! Thank you. Feels good, man. Feels good. I now have. What is that? What is this? Oh, that's my hand claw. Wait, what the fuck? Why is the claw there? Why is that set of claw?
Why IP? But Dragon Cheer.
Yeah.
RO.
But Dragon Cheer. Looks like. Why is the claw there? Godro Bongo. Godro Bongo. God, do I have to check? Is it on WoW? It has to be. It has to be one of the thing. It's here, right? Okay, which goddamn... Oh, it looks pretty far away. I mean, if it's highlighted, I can always see it. I don't see it. Oh my god. I don't see it. Looking great, new model. Yeah, I'm loving this one. It's not bad. Although the texture work is not as good as the Kobold, but I'll take it. Now Kobold has her own dragon. I'll try to render some pictures of two of them together. Just for funsies. A funsy. Yeah. I need to keep standing up for this, like the chair is just that bad. Need to invest in a new chair soon. But yeah, that's the model. It took me a while. Enjoyed sculpting this. At least this time, I feel like the sculpting part looks good, but the sculpting part looks good. And then like because I always suffer from this thing as after the sculpting is done, I like the sculpture, but after like rigging and then texturing, the model looks like shit. It's like eh. Somehow though, both models in VR chat and make cute couple pictures. I was just like, you know, I'll just so do something simple. Have the dragon hold the little kobold on the palm. That's kind of cute. I mean, Kobold is very small. Let's say I did say this dragon CM wise. CM wise, wait, let me try to get the Kobold model here. Try Kobold low res, I think. Okay, I'm just gonna import the low res. Oh, look at that! There's already like a slight height difference already. Wait, what? Oh. Wait, how are you a full set? Is it close to canon difference? I don't know. I think how tall did I put Tira again? I have my reference here. 106 cm. So if Kobold is 106 cm, a little bit smaller, I guess. Just a little bit more smaller than this. Oh, it's two things together. Okay. So 106. This one should be like what? Athlete. I mean, if I made her like badminton, she should be a little bit higher, right? I mean, I love badminton. Me in real life is 173, about 180. 180. Okay, she's 180. Canon. Canon. 180, 181, something. Canon. That's canon. Alright, that's canon. That's already canon. Alright. So, Droxen will be slightly short. Droxen is just me, then? Although I'm more Kobold. Okay, let's just say Droxen is Droxen. Alright, character-wise, Droxen is about... if I don't count the antlers... If I don't count the antlers, Droxen should be somewhere around here. But then count the antlers, Droxen is like here or something. There's no 160 or 180 difference me things. 106, right? Yeah, 106 cm. I mean, if you want 3 inch, No, that's foot, inch, foot. I don't know what this is. 160 yen. How much? 106? I think it's close to something like this then. I was wondering when you change to 50, change to 50 or 4 cm. Nah, she's always been 106. Like, she's small, but not super small. Then it will be hard to hold the palm, right? Princess hug. Princess carry the kobold. Oh my god, I love it. I want to do it. I want to do it. Hey, someday I'll do it. A dragon and a dragon and her kobold. You know, something that should be done. Something like that, right? Let me see if I can like add the textures to it, because I never tried this before. Never tried, never know. Texture, image, texture. Oh, nice. Oh, I can just do this? That's cool. Okay. Oh, I have eye is a different. Wait, eye is a separate model? Wow, how'd I do that? Wait, what the fuck? How do I even do that? What the shit? How? Did it not work? Oh, it works, but why are you like that? Oh no! The kobold is not fine. The kobold is not fine. Help! Oh my god, that is actually cursed. How the fuck? How the fuck? Where's the normal eye? Why is it so small? What's very accurate? Wait, my eye adjustment is quite accurate? Are you saying that my eye adjustment is like okay? Whoa! Wait, what? I mean, don't mind that. I think I imported the wrong model. She has her eyes. Don't say that. Oh my god. About waist area? Yeah, I mean, sounds about right. Albeit maybe a little bit more smaller than this. I'm sorry, but this is funny as fuck. No, I think I imported the wrong version. Let me delete this. I think it's not Blender. I should. Yeah, Kobold for Unity. Ah, look at that. It's everything all in one. Perfect. It's already done. Look at that. That looks right. Strap Kobold to chest like baby. Oh my god. There's so many good ideas. Still need to be smaller. Height chart. Height chart. Height chart. Still need to be smaller. Around this area, I would say. That's 106. Now we're talking. Kobold strap ready. Oh, what if I just like make the Kobold like be here? Like holding... Kobold is here just holding the dragon. It's like, yeah. Yeah. Me and my mom. Me and my mom. Don't talk to me or my child ever again. Okay, I mean, okay. I'm liking the idea of Dragon of the Kobold. But yeah, honestly though, I'm quite surprised I did this. Also, that little, the claw here. Me and my mom. I need an emo Brekkie being held. Oh, I would love to see a Brekkie being held emote as well. I'm surprised that I actually made this to this. I mean, of course, with a lot of like references, right? With a lot of references, I made this to this. I'm liking the noodle shake when I can just like. Although no noodles here. Sacrilegious. Sacrilege! How can I do it? How can I do it? No. Wow! No noodles? I cannot believe it. You look like a pimple and I hate it. Oh yeah, the game Stray. Yeah, Stray. One of the rarer times a 2D drawing came before a 3D model. Yeah. It's not like... It's not reversed, right? Usually people do the 2D references first, and then they'll work on the 3D model. And then there's me, who did the Kobold first. Who did the Kobold first, and then made this. And then it's like, okay, cool. Like, what the fuck? I don't know. like snot, by the way. Oh, I said coal! Right, I love coal. Oh my god, I forgot. Look, I just love coal in general, okay? Everyone loves coal, am I right? Maybe I should play... Oh! I should play Minecraft back. Make a coal. Like, just coal blocks. Figure out how to make a coal... Oh! Yo! Oh shit? I mean, oh god. Oh god. That's something. Oh, I think I know how to fix this. You know what? I am lazy. I think I can crop this out. No, if I crop this out, it's gonna be bad though. Nah, I cannot crop it out. I don't know what is causing that thing. Just takes a few hours to prepare and tons of buttons. Oh wow. 3:23. What if I stop here? Since I'm so sleepy. I feel like I'm gonna take a nap. You know, I finished the dragon model. EP. I could go sleep. I could sleep for a bit and then go badminton. Oh my god, that actually sounds good. Back. Short. 3 hours. 3 hours. I mean, even if I play games now, I don't know what to play. I could play Street Fighter, but if I play Street Fighter, I'm pretty sure 2 of the Street Fighter doesn't feel like anything, okay? No. You can take a nap yet. I want to give the Kobold a kiss on the forehead first. Oh. You know, actually, let's do something very basic. Armature? Oh wait, why is the armature not moved? Oh shit. Hey. I think this one is an easy fix, I think. I think it just... Okay. Clear user transform. Geometry to origin. Fuck. I messed up. Okay, I cannot hide the armature, but however, I think I can just change this one. Oh, look at the kisses. Oh my god. The smooch. I need to smooch Kobold in the forehead. Stick. Okay, so it's easier to see. Always in front as well. In front. There we go. Like that. Okay, now we have 2 bones. How do I I should just go into pose mode and just be like, how do you hold baby? How do you hold baby? Oh shit, am I in global? Oh, I am local. Okay, local, good. Alright, this is how you hold Kobold gently like Borgar. Oh my god. Oh, I should have just like, okay, can I mirror? Oh, nice. Oh, nice. Okay. That actually works. Okay, cool. Hold Kobold gently like Borgar. We don't spin too much with our hands. I don't think hand works this way. How does hand work? I don't know. I mean, palm can spin. Oh yeah, you really get hugged? Oh my god, that looks painful. Wait. Okay. Why do you look painful? I don't think hand's supposed to work this way. Ow. Hug like Terminator. See, this is what I hate about this. I don't know how to post things. It's so hard. It is difficult. Yeah, it should be local, but why is the hand? Why is the bone like this? Why is the bone like this? Hug like Terminator. Oh, maybe I should just like, okay, you know what? Just Hey, Kobold. Oh. Oh. Damn animators, this is what you do? I'm gonna cry, man. Break my hand, break my hand. Oh, this one, I don't think this one moves. And then this one doesn't move that much. But the palm can turn like this. Oh. Praise the sun. Praise the sun. and then head up, head up. Praise the sun. Oh, May don't go up. May still. And then just Kobold T posing up there. Why am I having so much fun? I don't know. Oh wait, why are you spinning like that? T-pose, T-pose. Oh, your shoulder needs to be a little small. I love having fun like this. I love doing janky shit like this. It's what makes 3D model fun, to be honest. Okay, shoulder up a little bit. Shoulder up a little bit. There we go. This one goes down because it hurts. Right? Yeah, shoulder goes up. I love... Oh shit. Alright, give her the tail. Actually no, you sideways like this. And then alright, and then don't worry about all the clippings. Oh fuck, what bone is this? Oh, it's a root bone. Okay, the root bone can stay there. Alright. I think I have a camera here. I have. No, that command grab. Oh my god. Watch out, SP fucking D. It's SP fucking D. Alright, camera. Okay, let's move the camera. Let's move the camera. Oh yeah. Yeah, go back. This is perfect. I think I might need to rotate it a little bit more. Like this, and then go up. Why is it so small? I think I messed up the settings somewhere. Look at that dynamic. And then sunlight. I'm lazy, so sunlight it is. Viewport rendering. Yeah, it's in 1080p. Okay, let's add some blend shapes to it. I am having too much fun, I'm so sorry. Okay, blend shapes. Be happy? Oh my god, that looks like you're gonna eat them. Please don't eat the kobold. A? Ah! That's a nice pose. That's a nice face. Okay, and then you will go... Oh, no, just blab, just blab. Blab. That's what you do best. Oh my god, just blab. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god, just blab. Oh yeah, just blab. Oh like, oh my god. And you are gonna love. Like, this is what 3D artists can do. Oh my god, yep. Oh, hi, Fancinia. Hi. What's happening? I just finished the dragon model. It is now here with all the noodles and shit. And then we were coming up with the idea of like, well, I did come up with the idea of like this dragon is like the mom of my kobold. You know, a little bit character settings, right? Character settings. So it's like, yeah, now the kobold has a dragon of her own, right? And and then we were like, kobold strapped on the dragon, and then kobold holding a dragon holding kobold like Borgar, gentle. Those kind of stuff. It's so fun. All the ideas, and then I was like, yeah, why not Simba? And just split. Wait. Why don't you like try to like do a piece? Yeah, do a piece. You know, do a piece. I thought she was suplexing the kobold. You know, it looks like it, but no, she's actually handling kobold very gently. Actually, can I just like... It looks painful. Oh wait, no. It's supposed to be like up. The classic Asian thing. You know you're Asian when all you think about is just peace sign. You know you're pure Asian when all you think about is just peace sign. Alright? This is just an Asian thing. Just an Asian thing. Hashtag Asian things. I think you can also replicate the way this will carry. Uh-oh. Furry in real life? Oh god. The new one is killed. Is this the same one you worked on? Yeah. No. Yes. Oh my god, that's actually kind of cute. I think I can. Yeah, this one seems simple. Okay, so over armpit goes up, shoulder up. Okay, let me try this. Render. Peace sign. Actually, hey, how about you look at the camera, Kobold? Kobold needs to look at the camera. Let me work on this. Looks good. Like mommy. Hold me, draw me like one of those French girls. Also, yeah, it's the same model that I worked on. I just finished it, the dragon model. Try sending out a simple IK for easier posing. Oh no, how do I do IK? I think I could check out Kate Art thing. I think Kate Art mentioned something about IK. both for like VR chat and also like just IK in general. Kobold blip. Look at this. Kobold blip. Yeah, yeah, this is good picture. Good picture. Peace sign with dick and balls in the middle. I can. I'm having so much fun with Dragon and Kobold. Like the relationship between Dragon and Kobold. I don't have to set up IK. You know what? I gotta do. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to bonk the mic. I'm gonna do the tedious thing of just like slowly doing it. Oh yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna save this picture. Actually, let me do the render is already good enough. Image, save to desktop. Simra. Alright, let's. I mean, we just need to. We just need to look at this, right? So, I will not see the whole dragon. The dragon is back here. We cannot see him, but I'm gonna try to replicate the hold for the kobold. All right. So let's get you behind a little bit. I think it's just gonna. I'm not gonna change the root bone. Like hello. No, I'll change the root bone. Go back. Now hold your arm forward. Lean down. Okay, that's how you lean down, right? How does hand work? I don't know. Yeah, we can go pretty straight. Like this. Very straight, even, right? Even. And then like go. Hold Kobold gentle like Borgar. Okay, is this Kobold height? I mean, Kobold need to stretch a little bit, right? Oh no, they're up. Okay, so leg up. Okay, leg up. All right, that's like the basics of pose. Easiest way to set one is to extrude the bone from the hand and wrist connection in edit mode. Unparented, Alt P, and then go into post mode. There's no new bone. Then the wrist, press Ctrl Shift C, select inverse kinematics. Ctrl Shift C, inverse kinematics. Ooh. Hand and wrist connection is this bone right here. In edit mode now. So around here. This connection. Extrude the bone. Unparented. Yeah, unparented. Then in post mode. Say a new bone. Got that? Between the hand and wrist. Hand. Oh, so it's this one then. But isn't IK supposed to handle the elbow movement? Like the elbow. Dun, 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 dun. Oh wait, sorry, let me press F12. I think F12 is like the it's a, you know, I'll try to add it afterwards. You can set that to if you want. Oh, okay. Okay, just shoulder everything just forward. Okay. Now Kobold. Dun, 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 dun. Oh my god, this is so jank. So many things happening. Okay, go in here. By the way, I never did this before, right? I never tried to make something like this, or like just posing in general. Hold. Okay. I think Kobold needs to be back a little bit more. Just a little bit. Back. Oh, wait, you're kissing. Uh-oh. Kobold, you're too thick. Actually, let me check. Is it palm? Oh wait, palm is handling the shoulder, so it's like forward. So something like this. I need to change the thumb as well, right? The thumb up. Let's put Kobold there first. This is a new experience. Yeah, only a little bit. So let's not move too much on the blue line. It doesn't make sense to move too much around that. So I think I need to move Kobold up a little bit, because finger doesn't work that way. But Kobold can be moved. So back there. Okay. So and then fingers go in, right? Fingers go in, touching. I think hold Kobold like Bolgar. A little clipping is fine, right? Just a little clipping. Then we're just gonna make the fingers go in. Oh, let me copy that down. I'll do it next time. Now I'm just like, I am so sleepy. Alright, let me get my note. Games and shit. Here. Simple IK setup in Blender. There, I copied it in. Extra new bone from the hand and then the elbow. You then unpair those bones. Select a bone you extrude in the hand. Control Shift IK. And in the constraint settings in the pole target, you select the armature. Pole target select the armature and then bone you extrude from the shoulder. That's good. I might need to change the pole angle to either 90 degrees or minus 90 degrees. Okay. I think I can do that. Next time. Thank God, I'm so lazy. But thank you for that though. I will definitely try it out once I have the time. Which is soon. After I sleep. So I get some eep. Also, I should check out some videos online. Okay, I think that's the hand pose for and now we play around with this. Why do you have Oh wow, look at that. The weight paint's not even weight paint's not even clean. How do I not notice? Oh, because I never have hand movement. Because I never have hand movement, so I don't check it. I don't have leap motion to track the problems. But now that I'm actually posing it, I see the problem. Which is for future me to figure out. I stay for longer, but this time I'm not here from insomnia. I actually woke up early and I'm preparing for a day out with my sisters. Oh, nice! Hope you had fun. Have fun with sisters. Hell yeah. And then I want the hand to droop a little bit. Like droop. And then the palm actually droops down. And then I want the toe to actually go down like this as well. And then this one untangled it a little bit as well. Like, yeah, not staying on the ground anymore. Oh, gently like Olga. Simple but effective. Okay, let's go to camera view. Have fun with your new model. Hopefully I get to see more fun poses once the simple like this out. Yeah! Thanks for telling me that. I appreciate it. I'll definitely try it out once I'm trying to like post something for funsies. Have fun again. Bye bye. My butt hurts. My butt actually hurts. Okay, 0. Get up. Why is the focal length like this? Okay, like, what's with the focal? Okay, this one needs to be 90 degrees as well. And then move. I think I need more hand droop from the Kobold. A little bit more hand droop on... The droop starts from here a little bit more because... Actually no, because the finger is gonna be clipped too much. We droop here a little bit more. Actually a little bit here, just a little bit. Render. Oh, the lighting is not good. I have an idea. Hey, sun. Don't shine that way, sun. Sun? I cannot control the sun anymore. Oh wait, I'm in post mode.
Yeet Kobold gently like a Lion King.
No! No! Let's shine this way a little bit more. The hand looks so jank. After rendering it, I just realized how jank the hand looks. I think it's the shadow that's giving out. Like this hand, I mean. No, actually I want to render all of these. Even the dragon. I think I need to let Kobold be behind a little bit more. What, the spine? Is that a spine? Why do you like that? Hand looks wow when isolated from the rest. Yeah, it kind of does it? And I think I need the hand to be touching a little bit, like inside a little bit more of the palm, I think. Yeah, just like really hold it. Really hold the bold. Oh yeah, you know what? Since I don't want any clipping happening, let's do the tail. Oh fuck. Let's go up a little bit more. The tail moves kind of well. I know, right? I'm actually kind of surprised a little bit. Just a little bit, but yeah. Yeah. Okay, you know what? Easy fix. Okay, which one? The goddamn culprit. There we go. Gradient. Weight 0. Huh? Is it not like that? There we go. Look at that, minor issue fixed. Minor, very minor. Oh, the tail. God damn it. This one? I think I can just like... What does this one do? What is this for? This is painful. Can we overlook this? Okay, fine. I cannot overlook it myself. But this one is fine, this one is fine. Let's fix this. Small fixes, alright?
Attempt at combining Kobold and Dragon Cheer. YRIOERPRPRW.
RPRPRW? What is that? Okay. It's gonna be so jank. I know this looks mega jank right now. I'm a little scared. You're still not touching. Oh, maybe you need this. Yeah, okay. Oh, you went inside? Oh, that's kinda bad. This is impossible. Oh no, what am I doing? Oh no. Render for funsies. There, okay. What's your point? This is so bad. Yeah. Hey, can you overlook the tail a little bit? At least this time, it's actually attaching to the tail. Okay. Oh my god, this sucks. Okay, camera. Just overlook it. You don't see it. Oh, I think I need to change the. Let's do like 1.20. I'll just 1.80. Oh, I'm gone. Shit. This should work. Okay, change the camera. Oh, back. I'm gonna do a mega side view. Actually, I don't need to capture my whole tail, it's fine. So we can go... This looks a little too far. Oh, the height though. Okay then. Do it for the height. And why is it so small? It's hard to tell. Hold Kobold gently. It's like the hand is floating a little bit. Oh, the tail is a little janky. Hold Kobold gently like a grimace shake. Oh no. No, don't drink the grimace shake. I don't know what a grimace shake is, to be honest. I just know it's like a purple drink. Also, there's one thing I want to do. Let me see if I can fix this. Well, fix, huh? What the fuck is going on here? Well, just finished a model and now I'm just having fun with it. Hi. Oh shit. Know how I feel about that. But the tail is still like a little like jagged around this part. To be fair, there's only like how many bones? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, about 8 bones, I guess. I mean, about 8 bones. I don't know how I feel about that. Mega sight view. Oh. I think I can... Nah, let's not do like a exact side view. Do a little angle. Gonna love angles. Angle. Why is it so far? 50. 1609. Yep, it's 409. You're right. You're very right. Why is it so small? I still don't get it. Okay, that's kinda cute. It's kinda. Oh wait, I wanna give Kobold a little head tilt. Alright. You are gonna look this way. Oh, just head tilt. Is this close? I don't know. Even the tail, look at that. Perfecto? Dragon. Go. Okay. Okay. I kinda liking it. Okay, I can fight with this. What if we have two sunlights? Like, what if? The sunlight one shines this way, one shines the other way. Let's try it. Because I don't really like the shadows around here. Or maybe I can just not render the shadows. Nah, that's a little unrealistic. Okay, duplicate. Go here. Just... Then I probably need to lower this. Yeah, honestly, that looks a little better. This one's a little jank though. Oh, the hand looks jank here. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, this part. Yeah, it still looks a little jank there, just because there's no IK. Because there's no IK, they just sort of contracts the volume just to make ends meet, you know. But you know what? This is good enough. Oh, make it slightly brighter, I guess. It is a little dim, I would say. Just a little. Alright. Okay, yeah. Number of samples per pixels for rendering. 64 times 哎呀，怎样算啊这个 64乘2 and then the number keeps times 2, I think. CD4 times 2. Okay, yeah, 128 and then times 2. 256. Okay, let's make it like 256 then. It's gonna take a while to render, I think. Nope, still very goddamn fast. Yeah, the jank here is sort of gone now. There's more shadows around here now. Yeah, so 256 times 2. 512. Yeah, if you really zoom in, you can see it, right? The pixels, they're all just pixels. It's insane. And then from afar is actually a picture. The rendering is cool. Can this times 2? 1024 times 2? 2048. 1024. Let me try 1024 first. You gotta love EV render. EV render is the render that doesn't kill my PC at all. Oh, nope, I stand corrected. Oh wait, no, it's here. Oh yeah, look at that. The pixels, not so obvious anymore, right? I think I can do 2048, I think. Was it 2048? Okay, let's do it. Oh, oops, I'm gone. No killing PC sounds good. Yeah, because iRay is too intensive. So last time I used iRay, it just sort of, it just makes my PC die. Like die dead. This one's gonna take a while, but it's not gonna kill the PC. Look at that. It's pretty fast. Pretty fast too. See? Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. I'm saving this picture. Imagine if I just like post this now. I'm gonna post this now. Hold Kobold gentle like a Borgar. Like Borgar. Compression? No compression with fast output. Maximum looseless compression with slow. Yeah, maximum. Come on. Save image. I'll also pick up Kobold like this as well. Pick up Kobold like this. Very, very nice. Hi, Kafara. Hope you had a good birthday stream. I had fun looking at you just messing around with the troll system. I love troll systems. They also post art to your coffee. Oh, I actually did not post art to my coffee. You know, I should. But if I do, I can promise I won't make funny Lion King jokes. Oh no, it happened. It already happened. I can tell. Discuss the event. No, I'm okay with that. Even though I'm super sleepy. But hey, I'm okay for discussions. I'm just vibing today. Here, let me post a picture real quick. I cannot show. Also, do the size height comparison. Look at that. Alright, get our calculator. This one. I think F12. Goddamn. Okay, there we go. Did you like the big pillow gun 69,000? Oh, hell yeah! I was laughing my ass off, man. It's like, Now that's the pillow gun I need. I mean, I love throwing pillows, but that's just something else. So here's two. You want Lion King? This is like the very jank. It's like, yeah! Clips everywhere. I don't care. And then the peace hand sign because I'm Asian. And then you have the actual slightly proper hold Kobold gently. A slightly less clipping. And don't mind the tail. See, I'm hiding my shit. I'm hiding shit behind here so that I can get a good run. See, pro tip, right? Pro tip. if there's something that looks jank, hide it. Show something they are good at. Show something that doesn't show the jank. And sometimes it's just work that way. Pillow cannon cool. I loved it. I was camping the pillow throw so much. At some point I kind of wanted to just redeem the no cooldown one so that I can go apeshit. But then I feel like I only have 55k. I'm gonna save up more. Save up more so that I can cause carnage. Better get ready. Kobold is gonna throw pillows at you. Always hiding behind other things such as your big friends. What? I am confuzzled. Alright, let's post it on Twitter. Because why not? I cannot show my Twitter. Wait, can I? Nope, I cannot. Okay, the first thing is actually spicy shit. How big is this picture? It's lossless compression. Like, oh, it's in 1 MB. It's only 1 megabyte. I mean, to be fair, it's just like a gray background. Like, to be fair, it's just a gray background. What? Oh, wait. Whoa. I found the problem. Wait, no way. I found it. No, that's not the sun. What is that being rendered? Oh, I found it. Oh, it's not even that far. Hi. Oh. I think I know what's up. I think I know what's up. Oh, fuck. No. Yeah. Damn it. Road to 1,000,000 points. I'll try my best. I mean, I'm a huge lurker. I rack up points because I like to lurk. That wasn't even the most havoc I've had. You're just tempting me. The avatar looks outstanding. Thank you, Savior. Thank you. Rack up points. You just do Corsical forward punch, kick. Or Corsical punch. Sorry, Corsical forward punch input. And you can stop at any point for the true mix-up. I'm just gonna post this one. Oh, Kobold, gentle, like Boga. Alright, I did it. I posted it. Kobold becomes long cat. I did like change the height of this one. I did not really change height, but because Kobold is not standing on floor, so I kind of just like change this one to. It usually is this, but now it's just this. Like, I can clearly use a transform for you to look at. It's the same length, but no. See, this is how original looks like. So I just sort of like make it droop a little bit. Gonna love a little droop. The droop. And then the droop hand, the droop everything, just droop. It's like Yeah, did it? I did it. I should post it to Kobold, to Kobold? To Coffee. Let me go to my coffee. Don't worry about the fart noises, I'm just... I like fart noises. didn't know I could post things into my feed. Feed? Yeah, that's the post. Plug. Whole Kobold Gentle like Boga. Plug. How do I post things? Your page. My page. Post things into donation thingy. Oh look, I have a picture here. Image. No, closest. Oh my god, okay. I'm gonna say the same thing. Kobold Gentle. But because it's title, I need to capitalize every single first word, first letter, okay? Like Boga. Offer high-res download. Offer the chosen audience the original high-res version for download. Huh? Schedule for later? No, just post it. Just post it. I don't even like, yeah, I should post things more here. Look at that. Can I just like, oh, coffee just compresses the image. It does, right? Look at it, it's not supposed to be that small. I did it. Can you guys actually see this? I don't even know. Yeah, I should definitely be more active here. Okay, now that, okay, so here's the thing. Since I already have like my snake, my kobold, my Draxon, and my dragon, coffee is also supported by Postyburb, so you can post things to all the different pages at once. Oh, wow, okay. That's good to know. Here, let me check that link. Oh, there. Oh. Oh, hi Turbo Fanny. See, they're really nice. Whole Kobold Gentle like Boga. I know, very original. Very original. Has a feed where you get all the posts from people you follow and the gallery, which is neat. Yeah, it has a gallery, I just realized. That's pretty neat. Very neat, yeah. I don't know why I'm suddenly... I suddenly have the feeling I'm gonna try out D&D, but I don't know how. It just suddenly comes to my mind. you know like how like sometimes you have the craving all of a sudden that, oh hey, I kind of want a spicy chicken mega deluxe. Like sometimes you have that craving, or like sometimes for me I'll just be like, hey, I kind of want that salmon. You know, I kind of want that salmon sushi and just eat it. You know, it's something like that. I don't know. It's just like a sudden craving. That's a word. Find friend who play and join. I should try that. But at the same time, I am absolutely terrified of interacting with people online. I need to change. I cannot just keep saying that. Oh my god. I cannot just keep saying that. Sorry, that's not the one. Kayla, I mean, it's 4:29. It's 4:30. I think I'll cut the stream short today. I'm very EP. I blame myself for sleeping at 4. Did you hear a Postyburb? It also is neat. Honestly, no, but I've seen someone. I have seen some posts on Twitter. It's just like posted with Postyburb, something like that. Is it like some sort of an app? Not app. Software? It's like a software? Huh? Like a software? It's a cross poster. I'm gonna look see real quick, alright? Posty verb. Oh, look at that, cute. Oh my god. Spend too much time posting art and other multimedia to multiple websites? Speed it up with this easy to use desktop application. Whoa. Speed your posting, schedule ahead, communicate easier. Oh. I don't post a lot of things, to be honest, since my art is like once a month or something. There aren't that I do once per month. Post deeper, most current version of app, lacking support, legacy, wow. Open source? Download anything. If Mac complains. Yeah, seems good. Fuck yeah. Windows. I will definitely check this one out. See, I don't post much, but if I get to use another software to post things for me, I don't know. maybe you make me feel less anxiety. Maybe. I'm just saying, I have no idea, okay? Also, I just realized I have severe social anxiety. It's like severe. Like if I'm going to interact with a stranger, I will shake. Especially online, I will shake. Helps me to not forget pages I log in every 2 weeks. Oh. You know what? Okay lah. Today we make some fun. We had some fun. We had a lot of fun, at least. I had a lot of fun just messing around with this. And also this goddamn. God. I cannot believe it. I didn't see it even. I didn't even see it. Why is this only one of these? The only single hand claw that I didn't do it. Really? I'll fix it next time. I'm sleepy. I'm sleepy. It's not even EP anymore. I'm sleepy. Let me see. It's 4:32. I might be able to take a nap. take a small nap before I go badminton. But yeah, now that I have my character lined up, CD, sleepy, CB, sleepy, EB. So yeah, Dragon is here, Kobold is here, Snake is here, and my Forest Guardian is here. 4 of them. I'll try to like render out a height chart just for funsies. I mean, we already established Kobold about 106, I think. Yeah, about 106 cm, and then Dragon about 180 cm. So we have a small Kobold here. Not dislike. I hate not having dragons. Double negative. Uh-oh. The double negative? Sound like dragon. Yep. So 106 cm. Very quite small. It's not small palm sized, but it's small. You could make a holding of everyone in a row. Starting with the tallest, the snake, and then hold the dragon hold. A dragon has to hold the kobold. Depends on your palm. Oh my god. I mean, Draxon is like pure wings. Did you see the wingspan of this shit? Like, oh, funny story. Short funny story. Like there were times where people were trying to take pictures of me, and then like they asked me to like hold my wings to the biggest, like this, the biggest wingspan, both of them, right? Okay, and I was like, okay, the classic. Okay, I'll hold both up, and then they were struggling to get a good angle because the wing is too big. they cannot get the full wingspan unless they're like super far away. It's like so funny. Or unless they have wide lens, then that's a different story. Yeah, wingspan too large. I mean, have you seen this? Let me check if I still have the picture. think it's here. First, so this is the hand, and then palm is this part, and then I'm actually from here holding a stick. PVC. I think I'm holding like a not a PVC pipe, but I'm holding like a metallic stick. That's a very light-weighted stick, and I'm holding in, put it until here, and so that I can like expand it. Like I can. So I'm here holding a stick with my palm and trying to hold it up, and I'm telling you, this shit is heavy. It is super goddamn heavy. So every time I go to a convention, I go to a convention, people told me to hold it. It's like, oh, okay, all right, I'll hold it, and then please be quick. My hands are shaking because I'm not swole. I am not swole. I am. No, all right. Do you actively hold it the entire time? No. When I walk around, I just sort of put them down, and then I just like do the okay. I have a good reference for this. Chun-Li winning pose in the Chun-Li winning pose in Street Fighter 2, I think, or even in Street Fighter 6. There's like the winning pose where you just like put both hands in front of her chest. Don't worry about it. I know Street Fighter 6, she has one. Good envy. Good envy. Oh! Oh my god, people are fucking thirsty. They don't have it. Why is it they don't have that pose? Okay, how about this? Good envy, good one. Very heavy. It's already a struggle to hold just the arm like that. Look at our YouTube. Yeah, I'm lazy. I can draw like a shitty version of the pose. It's something like this. And then looking down, and something like this. You get the idea, right? I literally hold my wings like this so that the wings goes here, so it doesn't hit anyone. And then I'm like protecting myself here. You know, this is the wing part. Looks like holding something. I'm actually holding my hands so that I don't feel too tired when walking around too much, so that I can shoot for longer. I think the longest time that I shoot is about 6 hours, I think. More or less 6 hours. 6 hours. Yeah. 6 hours of walking around shooting. I think I took breaks. Yeah, of course I took breaks. Yeah, 6 hours very fucking long. But then again, I was in middle school, so I was at my prime stamina. You know, I was at my prime. I'm not just chubby fuck. I actually have a good stamina because of Chinese Lion Dance. So yeah, that. But now I think just 2 or 3 hours, I was like, help. After 2 or 3 hours, like, oh god, oh. So yeah, something like this. This is how I hold my wings when I'm idling and not letting others taking pictures and just walking around. Right, the wings is here. Where's the arm? Huh? No arm, wings. So yeah. This is how big it is. And of course, height-wise, bitch adds in the adds in the antlers like 200 something. I was deceptively tall. Like, people look at me, it's like, wow, huge. And then people look at me in real life, it's like, wow, small. Oh yeah, because I'm using neck vision. So, funny story. Well, not funny story, but yeah, I look through this hole right here. So my head is here. And you know what that means? All these up here is extra height. And then all these up here is more extra height. So people look at me, it's like, I am menacing as fuck. I am huge. No eye contact is what it means. When people look at me, they are actually looking here, right? Right? They look here, it's like, oh yeah, my eyes are up there. So I need to pretend that I need to like constantly remind myself that I am neck, right? I am neck. And then eyes is up here. It took a while for me to get used to it, but now I'm pretty sure I can do it well. My eyes are down. Literally. Nah, my eyes is not down here, it's up here. Now only those who knows me personally, they know that my head is here. But other than that, I think I put on a pretty convincing act. So one bad thing about this is that I have to constantly look at the floor so that the head will actually look forward. If my head looks up, like how I normally do when I look up, and then it would just, the head will actually look at the ceiling. So if my head look up, the head will fall. And I shit you not, will fall. It will fall. It is not must, right? This is not a must head. It is like it's held by a belt. Yeah, just fall off. It's held on by a belt. It will still fall off, but it would probably not hit the ground. But it'll be painful for me if it falls off like that all of a sudden and I didn't catch it, and it would just tug me in my belt a little bit. So yeah, it's a little bad. Good emergency exit in heat. I mean, true. that could also work. But yeah, fun story and shit. I love sharing stories like that. I will drink. Also, I love the noodle. I'm so glad I gave noodle the bones and it actually works. And the fin actually flaps around as well. And the hair sort of flings around a little bit. I'm into it. This model is great. This model is not bad. And I think the eyes is actually not bad as well. The color coordination is cool. Green, purple. Green, purple. I'll take it. I'll take it. Non-boneless noodle. It's not just stiff noodle anymore. I wonder if this works. I'm probably gonna need like another camera. This is supposedly for Kobold camera. Yep, it's gone. Wait, what? Oh! 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 Oh, why is the... I just realized my chest is like broken. Am I here? Although one thing is for sure, the front view of this character does not look good. The front view looks jank. But I think the same goes for most character. But one thing is that my Kobold model front view actually looks really good. And then this dragon here side view looks really good. I've seen worse. Hell, I made worse. Yeah, I made worse too. I've been there. What is that? What? It's just a diamond. Who this? It looks like it's from a cartoon or some shit. I don't know who it is, but man, what a diamond shape. Phineas? Phineas? How do you read that? Phineas. You know what? It's Phineas. I don't know. Oh wait, Google Translate. Google Translate can help me here, so that I don't look like a dum dum.
Phineas and Ferb and Perry.
Oh, Phineas. Phineas.
Phineas.
Oh.
Phineas.
Oh.
Phineas.
Oh.
Phineas.
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 飞哥.
飞哥
Phineas is faker. Okay. Malay.
Phineas.
Phineas
Malay is Phineas.
Phineas
Malay is Phineas.
Phineas
Phineas. Alright, all good. Merp, hi! I look so different. Yeah, I just finished up this model. There's still like little things I haven't fixed yet, like the tail. I forgot to add the bell to the tail. Look at that. But then a lot of spring bones works this time. Like the noodle works, the flappy flap works, and then the hair kind of works a little bit. The mane, look at that. I'm liking it. I didn't get the bell though. Also, hi Merp. Oh Merp, have you seen this? I just rendered out this picture. Let me show you. I just made this picture just now. It's like, ooh, hold Kobold like hold Kobold gentle like Boga. It's like, yeah. Adorable, thank you. I like it. Shiny picture. Yeah, shiny. Shiny? I want shiny though. Oh, I should add like a floor so that this one shows a little bit. I'm lazy. It's fine. I'm lazy. It's okay. I'm lazy. I'm sleepy. I'm ending stream though. I know it's a little shorter than usual, but yeah. Just a little sleepy today. Also have badminton tonight, so hey. Since both are you kinda, who of them are you more in the situation? The Kobold. I still vibe the Kobold so much. So now I think I can get the redeems back. Remember those redeems where you guys get to control who I am? Like redeem dragon, redeem Shinik, redeem Kobold. I don't really like
Snack.
I don't really like my first Guardian model. It's not that good. There's something, it's not good. I might want to redo it, but that's a long shot. I don't know if I want to. Snake DPs. New Droxen model? I don't know. Like I said, it's kind of a long shot. I might do it. I might do it, but it's like it's a low chance. What I'm trying to say. Doesn't have to be right away either way. Yeah, true. I should find a raid target real quick. I am not hungry. This time I'm eepy. This time I want to sleep. But I don't think I can sleep anymore. It's like almost 5. Oh god. I also have new stuff, new emotes. Oh my god. Oh. The shock. I like the shock face. Oh my god. The true Kobold energy. Shock. Also the loot. The shiny face. The loot. Okay, you know what? The loot is pretty good. Loot. The shiny. Well, this time a dragon though. Uh-oh.
LOOT.
This time a dragon, but I don't have shiny yet. I don't. You know what? My shiny belongs to my kobold. Yes, I have my. I have a protection, insurance. Not insurance. The reason to keep my shiny. Haha. Also works with food. Yeah, that totally works. Food. Dragon who get a shiny like Kobold. I mean, doesn't Dragon get shiny as well? I don't know who to rate. Have a nice rest of your day. Thank you, Brecky. Appreciate. Thanks for hanging around. I don't know who to rate. Oh, wait, there's Toonbold. I don't think I rated Toonbold before, have I? It's another kobold. Yeah, it's another kobold. I am hunting for kobold for kobold streamers. You know what? Yeah, let's rate Toonbold. Toonbold is playing Death Stranding Director's Cut. Okay. VC's plenty online. You have many choices. It is sometimes there's too many choices. I don't know which one to choose. But now I found it. Let's rate Toonbold. I'm gonna rate Toonbold. Okay. I'm ready. Post-apocalyptic delivery simulator. It's Luke. Oh, okay. You know what? Before I end the stream, there's one thing I just want to show you guys. There's one clip by the Luke voice actor. It just makes me laugh my ass off. Where is it? Okay, I found it. This clip right here makes me laugh so hard. It's so fucking good. Right. There, I found it. There, this one. Like, look at this, look at this.
Down hallways, it's supposed to be pure terror.
I don't know why it's so funny to me. Just looking, I mean, okay, Luke is afraid of horror games, and then context is that Luke gave Luke a horror game as a gift. It's like pure terror.
Doors and walking down hallways, it's supposed to be
It's
pure
so
terror.
good.
But
Oh my god, that's too good. But yeah. Oh fuck. It is also this one single clip. It makes me not being able to fall asleep. It's too good. You know, it's worth. It's so good. All right, it's so good. the scream. Good. God, like the Luke's voice actor is such a blessing, to be honest. The content that he makes is so good. It gives me a laugh every time. I love it. Alright, let's rate Kobold. I'm still gonna summon Bernie. I'm gonna summon Bernie. Bernie.
I'm once again asking for your financial support.
The lag. I have a Discord. I have a Dragon Sipping corner over there. I just spam pictures over there sometimes. Also my socials. Twitter, YouTube. Oh, wait. Oh, God. I forgot to post my last week's VOD. Oh, God. What happens with spam donation? It doesn't happen. Because I have complete power over that. Not gonna happen. Alright, let me type in the rate to Kobold real quick. Kobold. Since we're sharing Luke's content. Oh, what is that? Dude, you look huge. I hate it.
Oh, yo! What's up, brother? What brings you in today? Dude, you look huge. Oh, ladies, what's good?
Okay, let's watch this together.
Oh, yo! What's up, brother? What brings you in today? Dude, you look huge.
You look huge.
Ladies, what's good?
Look at DI. More than M-Box. Dude, you look huge. Ugh. Look content. Look content. With the color splashes. Looks cool. I will cry. Looks cool. I'm ready to raid. I'm gonna raid to Kobold. I'm still gonna keep my Kobold identity then, even though I'm a dragon right now. They don't know, haha. But you know, I'll be a dragon in a few days. Upstream map is not subbed anymore. It's fine. Let me copy that. Kobolds are raiding all your shinies. We're raiding another Kobold shinies. Alright. Dragon raid. I'll think about Dragon raid someday. Someday. I don't know when. Okay. So tomorrow I'll play some games. What game? Probably Tears of the Kingdom. Probably. If I get a hold on. Oh wait, it's Heckin' Holiday. I don't know if I can get my hand on my Switch system. Fuck. We'll see. If not, then Street Fighter it is, alright? If not, then Street Fighter. Dragons are raiding all your kobolds. Oh. Do I want to use that? Ooh, I don't know. Dragon raiding kobolds though? Ooh. I don't know. You know, I still prefer Kobold raiding shinies, alright? I'll keep it that way. And hoping people don't spam the OS still. Yeah, I hope not. If so, then I'll just play some casual matches. We'll see. And this casual matches it's not that serious, you know, because it's casual. Okay, I'm ready to raid. So before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. You guys are amazing, right? Now that you guys all love, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Okay? This is coming for a dragon this time. Here comes straight to Kobold. Thank you for being great. Oh. I can never say enough thank you to all of you. It's never enough. Brandon Flawed, what's the master rank name of the Ken Masters? Probably. I mean, it's Ken Masters. Also, we're raiding to Kobold. Let me shout Kobold out so that people know where we are. There. We're raiding that way. Oh, sorry, Pinky. Also, it seems that my connection is jank today. Keeps lagging. So much faster. I am the broadcaster. Of course I have to be faster. The broadcaster has the power. Nah, I don't think I can. I don't think I can sleep anymore. I don't think I can. There's no more sleep. It's fine. I'll just go badminton. It's fine. Sleep on the way. Oh no. No. Dangerous. Let's not do that. Let's do Okay, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Love y'all. Bye.